Good morning, and welcome to the final day of the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals. Here we have had 3 days of grueling competition in Overwatch 2, and we are excited to see what the final divisions of play have to offer. I'm your host, Coach Clannon, with your defending NJC AAE Division 2 National Champions, Coach Clannon.
And I am your co-commentator, Nathan.
And here, our first game is going to be between. They have a storied tradition here in the state of Iowa. Let's everybody give it up for Osage. And coming in, will they be a dark horse? The underdog. But hey, as a famous song goes, if you got no fear of the underdog, you will not survive. Let's give it up for Woodbine. All right. So they were doing their bans in the chat. That is fine with me. Normally they just kind of tell me what to do. But hey, what would I expect any less from Osage? Giving me Gentleman's Lijiang Tower, objectively the correct choice on point control.
Of course.
Verifying if these teams are ready, and we will be good to go. All right, starting off here on Lijiang Tower.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Initiating match.
All right, Lijiang Tower is a point control map. On a point control map, both teams will be coming from these helicopters on the sides and storming a center point on the map. Here on Control Tower, it will be here, right here on this Control Tower. So, this is a King of the Hill style, if you are familiar with that. The first team to 100% in a best of 3 will win.
Ready for battle.
So, Nathan,
Yes.
talk to me about the setups for both these two teams.
So it appears as if both teams seem to be running a kind of brawly comp. Both tanks indicate that. Of course, it looks like one of them has a slightly more spammy comp, but who knows how it'll turn out.
All right, and we are going to start right here. Connor Tomey, Conti, one of the most seasoned players in this league. Conti's been in this league longer than dinosaurs have. I'm surprised that they still let him play at 45 years old. But hey, you know, when you intentionally fail out of high school that long to keep playing esports, it's you know, they just got to keep you around. Osage on the offensive, taking the first corner, taking with the Ram Brawl. And then you see Woodbine rotating around this corner, kind of out-rotating Osage. We see Nate R caught out in the back by the IAHSEA. Can get out, though. They do not get the pick. Meanwhile, the Brigida coming in for Woodbine, pushing Osage off the point. Osage unable to get set up here. We see the Brig in the backline of Osage, and this is kind of a brawl. It's anyone's point at this time. The team's rotating around, and the first pick is probably going to take this down. And there it is.
The first pick.
Conti with the first pick. We see the coalescence coming out on the cleanup there from Osage. And this fight finally stabilized. I tell you what, that was a really close fight here. So Woodbine actually was able to take that point for a little bit here off of Osage. They got it first. Both teams, though, like, just stayed and kind of circled around each other until it set up. But here we see 3 ultimate abilities online for both teams in this brawl.
Arista's going in.
Arista going in the first ult with the Gravitron Surge, but Conti in the backline with the Death Blossom coming out. McCain moving forward, trying to set up and trying to push the other team, but Conti up forward, trying to take those ones. And yeah, Brigitte not going to win that one against the Reaper.
No, not at all. It's looking to be a pretty strong hold. The soldier gets picked off to end the fight kind of late. We'll see how that affects their regroup.
Absolutely. Gonna go back here and see this kind of like cheeky little flank we got going on here. I like the patience from Conti. You know, these aggressive flanks, they can be risky, but if they pay off and you get those early picks, it's gonna be the deciding factor for some of these games. Meanwhile, the rest of those
Visor's coming out.
Oh, Visor coming out for Woodbine. Woodbine with the Kitsune Rush also online. Nate R will go down. They need to walk forward off this, but our Riptire coming out from, it's your boy Ham.
Takes out the Curie.
We see the overclock, though, online for Woodbine. Ooh, but Osage answering back with a ton of ults on their own, and the Annihilation coming out at the end. Hey, look, you have to burn it before the round's over. Otherwise, your coach yells at you for holding it.
Very true. I have experience with that.
Yeah, look, just hit it with 1 second left, and then they can't say that you held it until the end of the round. Not really.
Once again, both teams seem to be opening up with a similar comp, though this time it looks like we have a Lucio and a Bastion. So, that will be some extremely high burst damage coming out. Orisa, the other tank, seems to be pretty good at eating that. And we also seem to have a Sig. So there's going to be a lot of damage going out from both teams. It'll be interesting to see how they can mitigate that.
I really like that Brig skin. So let's go from the perspective of Woodbine here. I might buy that Brig skin.
Yeah?
Yeah, like, that's really cool. Was that Battle Pass locked?
No, that's been there forever.
Oh, okay. See, that goes to show you, like, how much of a boomer I am. So here, from the perspective of Woodbine, trying to play this corner here. Having to be very careful, though. The Lucio, taking this route against the Lucio is incredibly risky, but it looks like they're going to get in. Woodbine running the Pharah here, a pretty good choice, but Nate R there with that environmental kill on the boot. Again,
taking on a Reaper one-on-one like that is extremely dangerous, so it's really difficult for both the tank and the support to heal the tank through all that damage that the Reaper's putting out. Obviously, they're going to have to adjust, or else, because that's simply not going to work, ramming face first into so much damage like that.
So here, interestingly, we see Osage running a variant of a kind of meta comp, a Lucio Sigma Brawl. This comp really difficult to execute at any level, kind of based around the Sigma speeding and the Lucio, or the Sigma getting speeded backwards. So normally with Lucio speed, you want to walk forward on a team. This is kind of like a coordinated kiting, and it looks like Osage is maneuvering well with this.
Heat goes out. Not necessarily sure it was necessary, but better safe than sorry. No other ults are online quite yet. I would expect the Orisa to come in and just kind of use her ult soon. It's at 97%. That can deal a lot of damage if it catches people off guard. We'll see if that is used or not. Yep, she's going in.
Oh, here it is. Gravitron Surge coming out. 4 people, but did not release it soon enough. Instead, just guilted, melted, and it's your boy Ham. He's melting all of them. Conti cleaning up, and Woodbine needing to stabilize. They probably just have one more fight.
Gonna have to contest in the next 20 seconds, or else this round is over. Again, so much damage coming out. It's just so hard to survive as the enemy, as the tank, through all that damage. Oh, and the Pharah gets picked off by the Reaper.
How does that happen? All right, that's fine. The Death Blossom coming out. Osage just burning all their ults before the round is over. 3 ults to 0 on a contest is almost impossible to take for an attacking team. and Osage will take Lijiang Tower.
Play of the game.
And here we have McCain Myers with the play of the game from Osage. McCain punching his ticket next year to play for Wartburg. Congratulations, McCain. With that said, you know, the IAHSEA is a showcase of some of the best players in the state of Iowa. If you are a parent at home or if you are in this audience, just know that if your kid is here for any of their teams, they have a legitimate shot at playing at the next level, and kids like McCain prove that.
Of course. I mean, there's always a possibility of taking that next step. I mean, just watching, it's very clear that there's some really talented players playing here. And I'm curious to see if they make it to the next level and how they perform.
All right, and we will be back in between rounds. Our round 2 will be push.
So, okay.
All right, and we will be entering map 2, a push map, Esperanza. I literally have not seen a team play New Queen Street this entire tournament, and I'm ready for it. I mean, I think, is New Queen Street the hardest push map? Is that why?
It's got a lot of height points, which make it extremely difficult to play certain comps. And I would guess those comps are very common, such as brawl comps, which we've seen both teams roll out on so far. So I bet that has a big part of it. Esperanza is a lot more favorable to brawl than the other, probably both the other push maps, honestly. So it makes sense why this is the one going.
All right, Esperanza is a push map. Both teams will be fighting over control of this central robot, pushing it through this beautiful village square, all the way through these forward points and around into the other team's spawn.
Once again, both teams seems to be running out with a similar comp. Both have the Curie and the Orisa on tank. We'll see if Woodbine can adjust this time to Osage's extremely high damage output. I'm very curious to see what their plan is going forward.
So, you know, some adjustments I would make, right, Woodbine. Right now, you're trying to out-Osage Osage. Okay? I don't know about that. Osage, backline vulnerable with the comps they run, right? Now, in terms of taking ones, outgunning the other team, Osage, one of the best teams in the state, for sure. You do not want ones with Con T.
Ooh, a huge anti-nade.
Huge anti. 5% anti-nade, but Osage unable to capitalize off of it. Both teams just kind of trading the spam back and forth around the bot, and it's barely moved at all.
Bastion goes down. Anti's still up.
See, We see
Immortality.
Conti up there taking those ones, forcing out the immortality. This will allow Osage to walk forward. But Woodbine backing up together and playing together, rotating very well, but finally, because they're in that 4v5 situation, get taken out.
Yes. A very long, kind of slow takeaway from Woodbine. They kind of slowly got taken out, which really means that Osage has a lot more time to push the bot, which is very unfavorable here. You want to take as much... You want to take as much from them as you can in the time they give. You really don't want to give as much time to the enemy.
Now, I've been corrected. We see a Terra Surge come online. Yes, Gravitron Surge is Zarya's ult. I've only been saying that for 2 days. We see a Terra Surge come online, but the Death Blossom here from Conti into the backline popped basically as soon as he gets it. And ult busting Woodbine. Osage just taking the aggression, taking this forward spawn.
Woodbine is just cannot handle the absolute pressure that's coming from Osage. It's they have to try something different, or I foresee this continuing to happen. Though it looks like maybe if they get some more ults online, they can try to combo them and maybe catch them off guard. But right now, it's certainly not looking good. Oh, but Ice Storm gets the pick.
Ice Storm getting the pick. See, Osage, they kept trying to push that bot. Keeping to try and push that bot. Now, it looks like that they might be able to outplay here with ultimates. Maybe. But, yeah,
Trading kills.
see, a risky spot. Woodbine, they knew what to do, right? They came around on the backside. They came down up on this high ground. Osage continuing to try and push that bot instead of taking the high ground and winning the fight. And it costed them.
Yeah. Very, very well played by Woodbine. They let them come to them, and in turn, they had to waste a lot of their abilities trying to close that gap, and it let Ice Storm especially got a lot of damage and picks from that. It's just so hard for you to win that fight when you don't have your abilities.
So, again, right, you know, this is this weird counterintuitive thing about push, right? And the weird counterintuitive thing about push is that pushing isn't always the answer.
Yes, sometimes you need to actually fight first, win the fight before you take the objective. Ult's going in.
Kitsune Rush coming out, but Gingy Man will get taken out from it. We see a back window online for Woodbine. Osage walking forward into it, though. Your boy him looking for this tactical visor.
Looks like he's going to use it now. The flank. Oh, Immortality
Ooh,
coming in to save the day.
Immortality.
Orisa taking that damage instead of the rest of the team. Ooh, and they... Ooh, but the flanking still manages to get a pick.
Your boy Ham, though, cannot get out, though, as Woodbine answering with a tactical visor of their own. And we see this Kitsune Rush come online. Woodbine gaining some momentum here against Osage.
Oh, the Terror Surge coming out. Will it get the Ana? It does.
It does.
Oh, but the
Oh.
Death Blossom picking off all the squishies in the back. Oh. Woodbine is just not able to take advantage. It's just... It's the Reaper's too much for them. It's just... He just puts too much damage on them, and they're just not able to stop him.
Chris Kyle needs to buy Conti an extra slice of pizza for saving his team in that fight.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Oh.
the Sojourn caught off guard by the Reaper hiding. That's going to be very costly for Woodbine. They're going to be down one for this next fight unless they wait, which it looks like they are not going to. So this is going to be even harder uphill battle for them.
Woodbine resetting quickly. I like to see it. You know, there's still plenty of time on this map. And so, because there's plenty of time on this map, they can absolutely come back.
Conti getting a pick, getting another one. Looks like Osage is going to clean up this. They do.
All right, see, but that time, right? See, that time they play it right. They stopped pushing the bot. They took vantage points. And here, they have now gotten past the hardest point of a push map, which is getting past forward spawn. At this point, it is very difficult for a defending team to kind of stop this unless they can really bust out the other team with ults and hold and win a couple fights.
And it looks like Osage, or not Osage, Woodbine actually has a lot of ults coming online soon. So maybe they can hold here. I'm very curious to see.
The BAP window, a very strong ult against Osage, stops the damage from their spam and increases the damage of Woodbine's spam. But Gingy Man yeeting that Kitsune rush into the other team. Woodbine not being proactive with their ultimate abilities and are gonna get punished for it.
Yeah, that was the biggest mistake Woodbine made. They have 2 ults up and they didn't use either of them. They should have used them. That's gonna cost them this round.
And here again, we see Mr. McCain with the play of the game. All right, and we will be back shortly as both teams decide the third map. Now, the third map will be an escort map, and so both teams going to decide on that escort map before what could be the final game of this series. But Woodbine looked much better on push. And I think that if they can get some momentum, they can bring themselves back into this game against Osage. But we will be right back in the map selection process. All right, and we are back here on the escort map, and the pick, a new one. I haven't seen it. A map that is not super popular, Junkertown. This kind of makes a lot of sense though because these are spam teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, Junkertown. Why does Junkertown not see a lot of competitive play?
Well, I think the simple answer is it has so many long sight lines and it can cause problems for teams that can't adjust to it. And oftentimes it's just annoying for both sides potentially. And very few teams take advantage of it truly. And it looks like Osage is going to be running out with a full spam comp, so they will be at an advantage here. Meanwhile, Woodbine is once again running out with a ball spam or a brawl spam hybrid rather. We'll see.
I'm kind of curious. I haven't seen Ilawi played, and I know Malga isn't available. I'm surprised that I haven't seen more Ilawi from these teams because, like, one, we've seen a lot of, like, really good support play, like, almost some support carry in this tournament. And two, like, I really like the Ilawi pick here from Ostage. My thing about it is, though, is I wasn't sure she was allowed in the tournament because I literally have not seen anyone select her. Oh, there it is.
The Torb.
The Torb.
Short Swedish man.
I mean, he's a dwarf from World of Warcraft.
I'm sure.
I think that, like, originally Torbjorn was supposed to be a dwarf and Widowmaker was supposed to be a night elf and something happened. Potentially. I have no proof to my theory.
Osage, once again, holding this point with their spam. No one really has gone down yet. Oh, well, down goes the Curie, so...
It's pretty interesting, right? Because Woodbine, like, early in all of these games, they stay very even with Osage. It's like, these games get off to a really slow start, and once Osage kind of takes the first fight, it seems like it's downhill from there for them. But early on in the match, Woodbine looks very even with Osage, and I think that, like, if they could just break through one of these initial fights, that they could start leaning on Osage.
Yeah, they need to get the ball rolling, and honestly, they're quite even early, but it's just, it seems to snowball very much on Woodbine, where they just cannot get a footing after they lose the first fight.
Now, meanwhile, Osage, they've created what's called a bunker comp here. So, double turret, the Ilawi healing pylon, which is doing a ton of work right now. Again, I love the Ilawi pick here. Pretty smart, especially with the Torbjorn. Basically giving Woodbine 7 targets to deal with on a brawl comp. Woodbine, without any vertical gameplay, gonna have a super hard time walking up on this at all.
A lot of ults are coming online for both teams. Sojourn, oh, and Window. Immortality comes out. Ooh, BAP gets the pick, a support pick.
You gotta love those BAP. Oh, the 2K on the Baptiste from Nate R. Nate R. doing super well here. Really proactive BAP window and getting those BAP headshots. Meanwhile, on the side of Woodbine, it looks like they are waiting to regroup. Ooh, Ice Storm getting taken out there.
And again, I think that's the biggest problem that Woodbine is having. They're holding even when they can, but they just struggle to regroup. They keep getting picked well after the fight is over. We have a pause.
All right, we have a pause.
Someone is likely having technical issues or something of the like. We'll find out soon enough, I'm sure.
All right, and we will be back as we get this pause sorted out. I don't know if there was a DC or somebody's just lagging super hard. In live in-person esports events, there can be technical difficulties. We try to get the game paused as quickly as possible. I think that Chris Kyle, the coach of Osage, just might be cursed. There's like some kind of curse on his family about things like this. But if you want the deep lore on that one, you can ask him. Here's the thing. We will get this sorted out and be back momentarily. All right, and we are back. King Carbs apparently ate too many carbs and went into a food coma. So, now that they have, taken a digestive, we are back.
The flux coming out.
Yeah, the gravitic flux coming out. Nothing going from it, but again, Osage just has, like, a brick wall here on Junkertown. This is... I mean... Again, they're really forcing Woodbine to have to adapt, right? Like, Woodbine running into, like, a rock, paper, scissors problem right now. Now, can they get through with these ultimates, though?
They get 2, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
Yeah, the Molten Core, though, going down, really going to stop any progress with 20 seconds left. So, the thing is, right, is, like, spam into this... A Brawl spam hybrid into this Bunker Cop. Okay, here we see it. Symmetra. The problem is there's, like, 12 seconds left. Symmetra could teleport to high ground, though, and allow Woodbine to move forward, kind of flip the map on Osage's Bunker Comp. But right now, you're just walking into an Iari pylon and a Torb turret.
Very difficult to walk into this. Sig taking the height angle. He's got a great angle on this, and it's clearly messing up with Woodbine. Window comes out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Osage will hold here.
Yes, they will. So now we will get to see Woodbine's defense. I mean, this first point on Junkertown is pretty hard to get through. So if Woodbine can create, like, a stronger defense than Osage did here, they can stay alive in this game.
We see the Pharah coming out from Woodbine. Could potentially create some issues. And the Doomfist coming out for Osage. Interesting. We haven't seen a Doomfist yet. And Doomfist is played fairly rarely. He's extremely difficult to play well. So I'm very curious as to how this is going to, well, turn out.
Well, you should have been here yesterday because other than against Williamsburg, the Doomfist player for Central DeWitt basically ran the tournament.
Wow.
What we've noticed is a lot of the high school teams, they apparently just haven't practiced a lot against Doomfist because it seems like that they just really don't know what to do.
No one plays Doomfist. It's just you never see it, so you can't really learn how to play into it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people shoot and charge up the Mega Punch. Oh, we see the cheeky flank here coming.
Oh, Pharah.
Yeah, I want to get over. Oh, see?
He gets found out.
There we go. McCain going down early, the Doomfist getting punished there. And Osage with only one hit scan, which is rare to see from them. So the Pharah...
Ooh, Pharah gets picked off by the soldier.
See, I was about to say, look, they only have one hit scan, but when that hit scan is Con T, maybe I should reframe my thinking a little bit.
And Woodbine is not running a Mercy to help out. Woodbine is just kind of getting walked over right now. They're going to have to regroup the hold. Looks like...
Osage pushing forward. McCain, Angel here, pushing off, getting off that Doomfist. Think that just being like, all right, we tried it out. Just going to swap, secure this one. And
that is going to be it.
Yeah, I don't believe Woodbine can touch here.
No.
All right, and game one here of the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals in the winner bracket will go to Osage. Thank you all for tuning in. We will be back at 11 o'clock for the next round here in Pod 1. And yeah, was a good game. I'm your host, Coach Clanton with Marshalltown Community College Esports, signing off. Good morning again, and welcome to round 2 of the Winter Finals Overwatch of the Iowa High School Esports Association. I'm your host, Coach Clandon with Marshalltown Community College Esports.
I am your co-host, Nathan.
Nathan is some dude who plays mystery heroes and arcade in Overwatch. He did not, and he kind of like showed up to play at my college. I don't know. So, it is 11 a.m. and we are going to look to get started here. Osage, are you ready? Lake Mills, are you ready? All right, and we are off. The first map will be a point control map here on Oasis. So, Osage and Lake Mills, both coming out of the first round of this tournament, incredibly strong. Nathan, here's the thing. You don't get to come to one of these tournaments without seeing a Northern Iowa showdown. Northern Iowa, this district, Lake Mills, Osage, Belmont, Clemmy, Newman Catholic. This is probably the pinnacle right now across the board. Yeah, sure, there are teams here and there that are better than these schools. But in general, the consistency that you see from this division is insane.
And they've certainly done a really good job. And obviously, they've both made it this far and coming off first wins last round. So these teams have all proven themselves, and it's time for them to show off.
All right, so I really like to see this right here, this thing that I'm looking at.
It is certainly a thing. That's good old Wrecking Ball. Quite the rarity oftentimes, and it's very effective right now. And I'm curious as to how Osage is going to counter it.
So Osage is definitely a team that could have a good Sombra. I just don't know if they do. Sombra, Junkrat, usually the big ones. Roadhog, IAHSEA, kind of. But Wrecking Ball is also a character that could give Osage a lot of problems. And it looks like, though, that Ulysses here for Lake Mills just not able to get out in time.
No.
Osage bunkers out, no boops. And it looks like that they are going to take this first fight pretty handily.
Seemed to be a fairly uncoordinated ball push there. He kind of went in by himself, and because of that, the whole team was able to look at him and just kind of pick him off. He also wasn't able to use his defensive ability in time, which really is the reason they lost that fight, quite frankly.
I mean, Wrecking Ball is a character where it takes your team hours and hours and hours and hours of practice to play around. One of our teams, they know a little something about that.
Yes, they do.
The Javelin here coming out.
The Farah goes down.
Yeah.
Very, very severe for... Because Farah is kind of like a big part of the bread and butter of this team. She outputs so much damage, and now the Tracer goes down too, and the Mercy.
Flyer Dive with Wrecking Ball is like a super strong comp, especially in the current meta. I want to see if they're going to commit to this, though, because Osage is doing a really good job
They do not.
shutting it down, and they do not. Lake Mills, though, they've got the right idea, right? They know how to counter what Osage is doing. The Flyer Dive with Wrecking Ball definitely is one of those things, but here we see the IAHSEA coming out on this hard counter, the Zarya, which is a hard counter to IAHSEA.
The Farah goes down again. Ponti successfully picking him off.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, the Farah, it can be a little rough, especially into Osage, because they have some of the most skilled hit scan players in the state. So, Farah, Farah is, like, really super good into certain comps. Like, Reaper can't really do anything to Farah.
Oh, the Reaper gets exploded, and so does the Farah. They trade ults and lives in that fight. Will we see a Terra Surge soon come from the IAHSEA? I think we will. Indeed we do.
Yep, the Terra
Doesn't get
Surge.
anyone, but they're low. And we're seeing some backing off, but it doesn't seem to be enough for Lake Mills.
Yeah, I mean, the BAP window coming out here for Osage. Osage running the visor window combo. Taking this one 100-0 pretty cleanly here against Lake Mills. And yeah, we will see what adjustments Lake Mills makes in the next round. Again, Lake Mills, they've got the right ideas on how to beat Osage. They just have to execute them.
Well, I agree. I think a Farah with the Zarya, you can really kind of protect that far if you play it well. But it was so hard to play with the hit scan of Osage just really kind of destroying that whole process. And it looks like right now that they are not doing the Pharah. Osage actually coming out on kind of a divey comp here with the Winston. I have not seen that yet from Osage.
I mean, it's kind of like a monkey brawl. I don't know, right? Like, you know, with the dive, you kind of need like a trace for Sombra. The Reaper kind of works. You know, Conti's gonna play soldier. That's what he does, right? It's fine. He's when you're that good at it, that you can get away with it. See the Symmetra teleporter coming on the high ground? Osage immediately identifying it and shutting it down. And we're gonna see here this Winston going head to head with the Zarya. But this is just kind of a mess.
Oh yeah, there's a lot going. Oh, but it looks like Osage is gonna clean up first. They get the initial early picks, and because of that, we're able to clean and cap the first point.
All right, we see the Bastion Reaper coming out for Lake Mills. Again, they know what to do. That is crazy. All monkey counters, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we at some point see a monkey switch if the monkey goes down, but
I mean, Lake Mills, these are 4 monkey counters. The only thing that you could do more to counter Winston here is switch the Moira with a Brig, right? Like, crazy. Ooh, okay.
an early pick from Lake Mills. They have the head start in this fight. Can they take advantage of it?
They are able to walk up on point here.
They're putting a lot of pressure.
Putting a lot of pressure
Reaper
on
coming
this.
in the back line. He fades away. Oh, down goes the Bastion. Lake Mills. Oh, and then out goes Winston. Lake Mills might be able to clean up here. They have the advantage, and they do take the point.
All right, Lake Mills finding some life in them yet. Again, doing a super good job with these swaps.
And as I expected, the Winston, noticing that all of the other opponents' DPS counter him, swaps off and goes back to Orisa.
Here's what I like about Lake Mills right now, okay? They clearly are well coached and know what to do. Because a lot of high school teams, they do one thing, maybe two. Lake Mills have proven that even though they haven't quite been able to break into the barrier that is Osage, well, they did once, they can adapt and they know the right strategies.
Yeah, adaptability is so important, especially at this high level.
That Blossom countered there by the tactical visor from Conti and cleaning up in the Reaper duel. Once again, it's your boy Ham.
Indeed it is. So no swaps coming this time, except for, actually from Osage, they swapped to the Ana.
I like the Ana here. So Osage pulling out a good Ana is like a crazy good pick in Lake Mills comp. They don't really have anyone that can get to the Ana and harass except the Reaper.
Correct.
And Reaper is a pretty big sleep target. Now, you also then are gaining the advantage of Anti and Nano.
Lots of ults coming out.
Tons of ults
Lake Mills
coming
presses 3 at once, and
But-
they're still not yet able to capitalize unless something turns around. Orisa's playing super aggressive. She's super low. Barely manages to get out. Huge anti-nade helps pick off the Zen, and we have an Orisa ult coming in. Ooh, the Orisa gets picked, but it still looks like Osage is going to be able to clean this up.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I was waiting for that Death Blossom to come out that your boy Ham has. They did not seem to need it, though.
No.
Although it definitely would have made the fight go smoother.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see that be the key here. That Death Blossom is likely going to win them this last fight. If Osage wins it, it's going to be largely because of that. I would not be surprised.
So,
Oh, Ana caught out. She's playing way too far up.
Ooh, the Zarya Reaper, really tough.
Monkey versus Reaper. It's going to be very difficult. Lake Mills I think, has a slight advantage. Oh, but the Reaper plays a little too aggressive and gets picked. Oh, and now the tank for Lake Mills goes down too. Looks like Osage is going to win the first game.
Yeah, so Osage going up here. What was nice to see that in that game, though, is like Lake Mills definitely punched back.
Yes.
So Lake Mills able to, one, figure Osage out, right? Like, Chris Kyle, they've got your number. Now, whether or not they can call it, that's kind of on them. but they understand how to go up against these comps that you're rolling out. It's just a question of execution. But they proved that they could almost take a map there off of Osage, so we will see how things go into this push map.
It was certainly not a gimme. It was quite close there, honestly. Osage almost potentially caught off guard kind of by what Lake Mills was rolling out with, and adaptability has been very good so far from both teams. They both know what to do very clearly, so I'm curious to see. I wouldn't be surprised if these next few matches are very close.
All right, and it looks like that we are going to play Esperanza. All right, I'm going to go a whole tournament without seeing New Queen Street. Man, you know, here's what's funny. I think Osage would be, like, really good on New Queen Street specifically, because they're, like, a crazy spam team. But, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of rough because a lot of people play Brawl.
New Queen Street's just kind of a funky map to adjust to.
Yeah. Well, that second high ground in between forward spawn and, like, first spawn is really hard on New Queen Street. Like, it's incredibly hard to push through. All right, and here we will be on Esperanza. So Esperanza being a push map, both teams going to contest this robot here in round 2 of this set of the Iowa High School Esports Association Winners Bracket Finals. And yeah, really interested to see if Lake Mills can continue with these adaptations and keep themselves in this match.
Yeah, as you said earlier, it is kind of hard to out Osage, so the key is really going to be to counter them and be able to kind of force them into a situation that Osage isn't comfortable with. That will be the key for Lake Mills going forward. And with this comp that they're rolling out on, a Pharmacy with a Sombra and a Zarya, that is a very difficult one to deal with, especially if the Zarya is properly using defensive bubbles.
All right, and right here, okay, so this is what I'm talking about. One, we see Osage going away from their normal spam hybrid comps into a pure brawl comp, into a Pharmacy. Lake Mills has the advantage coming into this first point. It's just, can they pull it off? The Sombra can cause tons of problems against this Ana, and definitely against this Bastion. It's just, can Lake Mills execute?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Osage try and blow up that Zarya very quickly. They have so much high damage output coming from their comp. Zarya's going to have to play very safe here.
All right, so we see the Zarya, and there it is.
The Pharah gets a pick on the Bastion. That's going to be a huge advantage for Lake Mills going into the rest of this fight. Will they capitalize on it? Reaper uses Wraith, and another pick from the Pharah. Osage kind of on their back foot now. Lake Mills pushing in. And they looks like they're going to clean up. Lake Mills will win the first fight.
Again, Lake Mills with the strategy. I mean, it's like they knew exactly what Osage was going to roll out with here, and they just came out with a comp to utterly stop it. I mean, yeah, really tough.
Pharah is already approaching Barrage. That'll be interesting. Getting an ult so quickly could catch them off guard. I'm curious to see how that's going to play in the role. Yep, Barrage coming out, and it gets the enemy tank and the Cass. Lake Mills is putting the pressure on Osage. Let's see if they can make the correct adaptations and fight back.
All right, we see Silver Eagle here on the Pharah, forcing ya boy Ham and Conti onto those hit scans. So Osage making the adjustments, but taking this forward spawn with ease against Osage's comp.
Yeah, quite the stark contrast from the last point. It looks like Lake Mills is actually the ones in control all of a sudden.
All right, now we are going to go over here to the fight perspective. The Pharah's still up in the air, but will go down.
No, down goes the Mercy. Osage getting their footing, and they do. Osage will win this fight.
Absolutely. Osage answering back here. They are like, look, all right, the Pharah, the Pharmacy, they've gotten us twice. The Sombra, I mean, the Bastion just is not going to work into what Lake Mills was doing. And now Osage is like, okay, full send, we got to restart.
Yeah.
But hey, there's still 7.5 minutes left on this map. And it is going to hopefully be a longer map as Lake Mills adapting.
I'd say the ball is in Lake Mills' court on whether they can adapt now to Osage. Ooh, but they get the pick on the Osage.
Huge pick on Osage. Conti going down, gonna make it really easy for this Pharah to keep it up, to keep up this crazy pressure on the back line of Osage.
Takes out Soldier. Ah, we got
the Justice into the Coalescence! And Silver Eagle just raining rocket after rocket down on Osage, and we see a Gravitron Surge EMP combo come online for Lake Mills, and they are in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, though, Osage almost with 4 ults online of their own, needing to really play discipline and reset here because they have the right answer for this Pharah, but they just have to.
Oh, they're fighting in an enclosed space.
Ooh,
very dangerous against the Pharah. She does a lot of AoE damage. Oh, but the Pharah playing way too aggressive and gets picked. Going for the res, it does not get off. Osage will likely lose this fight.
Alright, so let's talk for a minute about Gingy Man. Gingy Man, you are an oddity to me, alright, as a college coach. This guy, he played in the state championship winning Siege team. He played Rocket League yesterday and got 2nd place. He's playing Overwatch right now. I mean, Gingy Man is like some kind of ginger prodigy of esports. I don't know. And then he's like, you know what, guys? I'm not thinking about playing in college. And I'm like, bro. Bro. But yeah, watching Gingy Man, he's got this Kitsune Rush online. Osage
Gets the only
answering
pick.
back.
Two going down for Lake Mills. Osage once again kind of taking the driver's seat from Lake Mills. It's on Lake Mills to adapt now. Osage clearly adapted to them. Let's see what they do next.
Yeah, so I think that it's about the time, like, it's been working super well for them, but Osage has been countering this Pharah finally.
Yes.
Right? Now the Pharah almost has Justice online. Also, Lake Mills just not being proactive with these ults. EMP Gravitron, right? Gravitron, EMP, it's a wipe, right? Like,
yes.
It's almost impossible for a team to get out of an EMP Gravitron combo.
100%.
Instead, though, like, Osage is just kind of walking forward, and that's not happening.
Yeah, Lake Mills needs to use their ults. They've been holding on to them for a very long time, and they very much could win them a fight if they use them early enough, but right now they're just not grouped well enough, and I expect Grav coming in.
There it
EMP!
is.
No EMP!
No EMP. Okay.
Ooh,
Okay.
It's a fairly even fight.
But
oh, it's
behind
2v2! Wow!
It's 2v2. Can they 1v1 it? It's McCain and Connor, 2 of the most skilled players in the state. And Robert E. Lee beats Conti in the 1. But McCain's still pushing the bot. Osage still with forward pressure here, but he's alone.
Ooh.
He needs to get out, and he does.
Yes, he does. No, he doesn't!
Oh, he's getting chased by the Pharah.
And it looks like Lake Mills will successfully win that one. That was quite the close battle. Probably the closest one we've seen so far today. By far.
So, I want to look at some Sombra. No. Okay. Never mind.
Sombra goes down. Looks like we're not watching that.
I want to watch Nate R here on the Zenyatta. So, you know, the Discord Orb Zenyatta very strong right now. Did that hotfix go out yesterday that nerfed the kick?
Yes.
Okay.
Zen, very strong. I would say he's the strongest support. They just made him slightly worse, and I still think he's probably still the strongest support. The amount of damage he outputs is insane, and that is clearly helping Osage right now because they're just getting picked so quickly in this fight. Oh, the Orisa's super low. Manages to back off.
That was like a huge charge barrage. Meanwhile, oh, the Pharah almost getting picked there. These Discord orbs doing tons of work.
Ooh, the barrage comes out, but it's not enough. And now Osage is getting close to quite a few ults. Lake Mills is gonna have to win here without an ult advantage.
Yeah, Osage rolling into this last point with the Transcendence. A huge ult for Nate R here. And honestly, if Osage is able to just kind of walk up with this, but he's been staggered.
Osage is getting caught off. They don't have parts of their team yet, and it's clearly showing. Oh, but Osage still able to... it's a pretty close fight. The Transcendence comes out, keeping the whole team alive and healthy, but ends, and now we are back in the midst of a serious all-out brawl here. The Pharah getting super low and gets picked by Conti. That puts Osage at an advantage here. Oh, and we have the Curie ult, and another goes down.
Yep, Nate R coming in. Gingy Man with the Kitsune Rush, and I've got to be honest, right? I'm going to give this MVP here at the end to McCain. McCain just staying alive forever on this last point. Osage getting picked, getting staggered over and over by Lake Mills, but this Ramatra just staying alive the whole time, feeling it out here at the end.
Osage able to get out another one. All those fights were extremely quick because of the Zen. Like, Zen is a you win or you lose very quick kind of support. Doesn't really provide a lot of healing output, therefore the fights end so quickly.
Man, I haven't seen a high noon play of the game in a long time. Cassidy being kind of out of the meta for a little bit.
Yeah.
But coming back with some of the new changes. And yeah, you like to see it.
Oh yeah, that was a great match. Clearly both teams were able to punch each other at some point. Of course, Osage ending up taking it, but I don't know. It's more even than it seems. I don't know. Lake Mills has really put Osage on the back foot sometimes, but again, Lake Mills, they've got to win the next one or it's over.
So Lake Mills has like really good strats. It's clear that they've scouted Osage, like, you know, just being able to kind of roll out on a counter comp like that doesn't happen by accident. So Lake Mills, they know what to do. They know what Osage is going to do. And when they have been able to execute on that, they have been destroying Osage. But Osage, a lot more consistent in this game, right? They regroup and they just kind of run it back over and over again, and it works. Osage also has been more adaptable in the last couple games. So we will be right back as these two teams choose the third map. All right, and we are back here. The map that has been chosen is Shambali. Awesome. All right, so I actually love this map. It doesn't see a ton of love. I absolutely hated it when it came out. I think that first, like, vantage point from the top, it's, like, not as bad as it seems, but that window...
Yes.
When that map came out, that was, like, so intimidating. I feel like teams just didn't know how to attack it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously going into... You have to figure out kind of how to press the attack. The defenders obviously always have an advantage because they have the height and all this. But, like, if you can press the attack really well, it can be hard on Shambali to recover.
Yeah, so it can be hard on Shambali to recover. There's kind of a long run back, so usually this is an escort map, so teams are going to escort this truck here up through and around up this winding way, and this is kind of the part that I was talking about. You can see the defending team has this window up here. Again, when this map came out, this was like really hard for teams to attack, but actually this first point is really difficult to attack. So a lot of times teams are going to set up on this high ground either here, here, here. There's a lot of options, and then a lot of times teams will play like a SIG and put it right here.
And we do not see the SIG. We see the ball coming out from Lake Mills. They're going to try this ball comp again and maybe try and catch Osage off guard. I would expect we're going to see quite a few fights in that hallway, that kind of stairs hallway, kind of almost like an alley area. It's super tight enclosed spaces, and I think that might be why Silver Eagle's on the Junkrat. Junkrat thrives in very small, tight, enclosed spaces, and I'm very curious to see what Lake Mills is thinking with this plan.
So Lake Mills can really do this. If they can roll out like left or right really fast, get to this high ground, and kind of blow up Osage, they will be able to counter what Osage has going on. I'm really surprised not to see like an Ash or something here, or a Widow from Osage, because this is a good map for that kind of thing, and they have the skill set to do that.
They are in the alleyway, kind of to be expected.
Oh,
Ball coming
big
in with
slam!
a huge slam, but the damage, the Curie Cleanse, saves Osage, and Osage gets the first pick. Ball's kind of running through, taking a lot of damage. He has to get out if he wants to survive, and he does. But the rest of the team kind of left to fend for themselves, and Osage gets another pick.
So they did get a little bit of a push there out of that. The Wrecking Ball here for Lake Mills, definitely distracting Osage. Oh, but getting caught on a lot of terrain, but he gets out!
Wants to get out. Ooh, that's very... Wrecking Ball's got to play a bit safer here, because going in when your team's still recovering is an easy way to die, especially against the Bastion, who just outputs so much damage. Oh, knocks some off the height. Osage is a little displaced now. Bastion's kind of by himself up there. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets picked off here.
If Lake Mills can flip the map here and take this high ground, which is what they look like to be doing.
Oh, another big slam coming in. Osage is playing super tight, providing those slams a lot of value. And he goes in for another one.
Another slam.
No one's getting picked, though. It's a very kind of even fight right now. Bastion and Turret outputting a lot of turn. He's down. He's out of it now. So Ball can once again go in and claim a bit of space. Oh, the Curie gets picked.
Oh, and Lake Mills, they've broken through. Finally, this Wrecking Ball distracting Osage so much. They are just running around. They gave up their own high ground.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Soldier gets picked here. Oh, no. He manages to recover. Ah!
Oh, I thought it was going to be a double boot.
Soldier's super low. Oh, but his team comes to save him. We're gonna see if Osage is gonna try and recontest here. It doesn't look. Oh, they do. Ultimate's coming in.
So many minefield coming up. Oh, it's so close.
Osage is holding it. Osage managed to hold it by using quite a few, 2 ults there. Meanwhile, Lake Mills only had to use 1. Oh, it's such a close engagement. Lake Mills has 3 alts online here. I wouldn't be surprised if they... Oh, wait! Did Lake Mills capture first point? It looks like they did.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I was about to be, like, super impressed with Osage there, because they ran in, like, a super high-level team and kind of, like, executed really quickly with those ults. But Lake Mills able to, I think, just, like, maybe the Wrecking Ball was able to back touch? I don't know. I didn't see.
No, it was, I think, it was a very close fight, and teams were trying to get picks before, and they weren't focused on the objective, allowing Lake Mills to get that forward point. Quite a few ults coming out here from Osage, probably unnecessary, as it seems the fight was mostly won. So now Lake Mills has the ult economy advantage, I would say here. We're still waiting for both support ults up for Lake Mills, and how they use them will be very vital to this next fight's outcome.
Yeah, so Ooh, your boy Ham up here on that high ground, missing the ledge slam. That's kind of a tight mechanic.
Oh, it's
there for the ball.
extremely difficult to do that.
Yeah. The Kitsune Rush though coming out. Your boy Ham though on that high ground, putting in a lot of damage, and so they need to really get back to this Bastion.
Yes, I think that running the ball into a comp like this is going to be very, very difficult for Lake Mills right now on this point specifically, just because there's not a whole lot that can be done by the ball to catch anyone off guard. The Bastion is playing the off angle, and it's very hard for a Wrecking Ball to duel a Bastion just because Bastion has so much damage output, and Bastion has a lot of health too compared to most DPS.
But here we see that Sombra. Oh,
and we have exactly that.
Just gotta scare him a little bit.
Oh yeah, the Sombra definitely putting some fear into the heart of that Bastion, and it looks like we might see that on the left side.
All right,
yes,
here comes that
yes,
hack.
Sombra gets out, and he does get the Bastion.
All right.
Teams trade DPS. It's 4v4 currently. Both teams down one player.
The Coalescence here, the Kitsune Rush.
BAP goes down. Lake Mills at a small advantage. Oh, 2 left for Osage, and it looks like Lake Mills is probably going to clean this one up. It's just the tank left for Osage. Would be quite shocking if he manages to win
He
this.
has a ton of health
He
left.
does have a lot of health.
And he has Annihilation. Don't want to burn that there.
Nope. It'd be smart to not use it. He's kind of wasting time here. He needs to get back to his team.
And he really needs to not be staggered.
Yeah, it looks like he might get staggered here. He's so far out by himself. Yeah, quite a mistake by Angel. You just really got to reset there with your team.
He was so close there, right? Like, I mean, he got to the point where it was like, you need to die on point, but, I mean, he almost survived long enough for Osage to get back. And they are winning this fight.
Osage still able to win the fight without their tank, though. Yeah, that's kind of impressive.
That is impressive. I mean, usually tank death. First tank death usually means that you lose the fight, right?
Yeah.
Like,
or maybe Angel being in their backline kind of distracted them enough for potentially that last fight. Oh, the Sombra's playing way too aggressive here. Not going in with the team. Sombra does not just have a get out of jail free card anymore. You have to play a lot more cautious with her. Oh, but the Tire manages to pick off Conti.
yeah, Riptire picking off.
Pretty even right now. The ball getting low on health though. He's gonna have to back off. And Junkrat's in the back. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets picked here. He has to survive. The Moira putting a lot of heals in them though, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough.
25 seconds. I'm just waiting for this Annihilation here, right? Like,
Yes. Yep, here it comes.
okay, yeah.
Oh, and they use Visor too. A lot of ults coming
A
on.
lot of ults coming
Oh,
on.
and this is the last fight. It looks like Lake Mills, they have to contest in the next 2 seconds or it's...
They're running a really fast comp, but not that fast. Yeah, again, just kind of hovering there over McCain because I'm like, this Annihilation's been coming for a hot minute.
Yeah. A few mistakes by both sides there, but overall, fairly clean. A comp like this for Lake Mills is extremely difficult to play, and it seemed to prove somewhat effective at points, but again, you just have to play it so well, and, you know, a few minor mistakes can completely destroy that comp.
All right, now, here's the thing, though. Lake Mills had a decent push there.
Yeah, they got past the first point in a decent way into the second, so Osage has to push directly past where Lake Mills was, so if Lake Mills can have a full hold here, they could potentially get some momentum in this.
The first point is so hard to attack at the college level that, like, basically you're stuck up here. Like, both teams are stuck. And essentially, if you can get the first point, you're going to win in college. So, like, by our standards, Lake Mills pushed it forever.
Shambali is probably one of the hardest ones to get a full push on, just because there's so much height advantage for the defending team.
Height advantage, cover, like, all these buildings. I mean, you can kind of, like, go
around. No one really does that, but, you know, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we say some kind of wacky stuff here. Both teams running out with a Junkrat. I mean, you could say that's kind of wacky considering he's not in a great spot right now, strength-wise, but we'll see.
It's also Junkrat. I mean, Junkrat has to be, like, one of the most popular characters.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we'll,
And we're seeing a fight in the alleyway. Like, very
are.
common. Oh, and the Zen's on the point, getting attacked by the soldier.
Oh, Robert E. Lee, like, one more headshot there and would have gotten them. The Rock'em Sock'em robots happening here.
Ooh, the Zen gets picked for Osage though. Like, will that be enough for Lake Mills to be able to hold? It doesn't look like it will. It looks like Osage is going to be able to push a bit here. And Lake Mills, they cannot make the same mistake Osage did last time of dying way after the fight's over. They have to reset here or else Osage might be able to full push to the first point. But it looks like Lake Mills successfully backs off.
Nate R, a big loss there for Osage.
We see the Sigma come out.
See, this is what I would have rolled out with.
Yes.
Like, I really, like, Sig is so strong.
Being able to deal damage from a long distance on a tank is super valuable with a comp like this and on a map like this. Oh, Osage gets the pick on the soldier. It looks like Lake Mills is going to get collapsed on. Sigma staying up fairly well, though. A bit of aggressive play by the... but the supports both go down. Looks like Osage is going to be able to successfully cap this first objective, which means Lake Mills has to hold for the next fight. They cannot lose another fight, most likely, or else this game is over.
Yeah, I mean, again, Lake Mills, they have the right ideas. Like, the Sig swap, I mean, I really love their strategy. They have really come out and proven, like, that they have a wealth of game knowledge with Overwatch here. Ah, I like this skin. Is that the new, like, vigilante soldier skin?
I have no idea, I'll be completely honest.
I think that's from the new battle pass.
Ooh, you see the window coming out.
Oh, no, but you can't walk away! You can't walk away! They're so close!
No, they're not that close. They still have a little bit to go still. They're able to wait out the window. We see Transcendence come out. It looks like Osage wants to win this right here, right now. They're playing full aggressive, pumping out all their ults. Osage gets the first pick, and we see more. Oh, we see that an ult come out from Lake Mills, and they're able to get a pick with it. Lake Mills using all their ult. But Osage once again gets another pick. It's a pretty even fight. Are the ults going to be enough for Lake Mills to hold on? And with that, Osage will win this game and win and move on to the next
Finals.
The finals, yeah.
Yep. So Osage will move on to the winners finals. Lake Mills getting knocked down to the consolation bracket, and I am interested to see who Osage will face against. I believe it will be between Wapello and Belmont Clemmy. So both those teams, we are in for a really, really good finals here. Wapello, Osage, Belmont Clemmy, all incredibly strong teams. So it's going to be a good game. But hey, we still have a lot of action for you left today here at the Recplex for the Iowa High School Esports Association. Sorry, we are at the Orpheum in Marshalltown, hosted by the Marshalltown Chamber of Commerce. That's the second time I've done that on stream. I'm going to be accosted. All right. Yeah.
No mistakes allowed.
No mistakes allowed here. And with that, we are signing off until 2 o'clock. Hello and welcome back to the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals. We will be going into the semifinals of the losers bracket here, going to see who climbs their way back out for third place. And this one should be an action-packed game. We have two really skilled strategic teams here with North Tama and Lake Mills. I'm your host, Coach Clannon with Marshalltown Community College Esports.
And I'm your co-host, Nathan, also with Marshalltown Community College Esports.
All right, and we are checking here to see if North Tama is ready. Jandan for North Tama, 3 minutes behind schedule here, is ready. Checking to see if Lake Mills is ready. Lake Mills is ready. All right, and we are starting out here. So, I think that this game, you know, we've seen some brains versus brawn. A lot of these teams, like going against Osage, look, they do one thing well. North Tama and Lake Mills both, I know because I have watched these teams play a lot, they are both very strategic teams. They think a lot about what they're doing, they run multiple strategies, and they really try to navigate around and counterpick the other team. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I want to give Lake Mills a lot of credit. It was very noticeable in their Osage match that they adapted to them, honestly, very well. Enough to really catch them off guard, quite frankly. It was pretty methodical, honestly, and I'm curious to see if they're going to do that again.
Again, just a testament to Northern Iowa, right? Like, the esports scene in Northern Iowa, super competitive. And these teams show why. They take this seriously. A lot of these teams are always at this tournament. And here, look, North Tama, they know exactly what's coming. They know what Lake Mills is going to do. There is no other reason that they would be rolling out on Sombra Orisa other than to counter this Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball is coming in. Getting a big slam. Focus on the bat. Immortality goes down. Ball retreats a little.
Cooch taking down Silver Eagle, the Farah, who was doing tons of work against Osage. But North Tama on the aggression here against Lake Mills and with a huge counter strategy rolling out. Now, again, right, we will see Lake Mills punch back and adapt.
Yes. I would very much expect Lake Mills to punch back here. I'm curious. Ooh. Sombra barely gets away.
So, good Wrecking Ball players. They know to hunt the Sombra.
Yes, and it looks like that's happening, though. Ooh, the Wrecking Ball going to go down. Oh, barely slips away. And while that was happening, North Tama was taking out the rest of Lake Mills' team.
So, the thing, Sombra, the hardest counter to Wrecking Ball because, well, if Sombra gets a hack off on Wrecking Ball, it pops him out of his ball form.
Yeah, basically rendering Wrecking Ball somewhat useless and immobile, which is a huge detriment to the most mobile tank in the game.
All right, we already almost see a Terra Surge online here for Cooch. So Cooch gonna be looking for this big Terra Surge.
Expect it right here.
And there it is.
And gets the far and the mercy.
The pharmacy getting caught, not being able to fly out of there. The double flyers getting caught in the Terra Surge. So Cooch walking with a 4K by themselves.
Yeah, it seems like Lake Mills, well, if they're good at adapting, they certainly need to do it now. Because right now their strategy is kind of getting countered. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Lake Mills, they are making the right switches, right? I mean, I like Ramatra versus Orisa, so
It's kind of difficult.
yeah.
Yeah.
So who would you say is the advantage in that?
Orisa 100%.
Okay.
Orisa can... Ooh, but Lake Mills gets the first pick, and the Ramatra goes down, though. Oh, but Lake Mills strikes back. It's 3v3 right now. Out in 3v2. Oh, 2v2! Oh, it's a very dead even. They get the mercy. Oh, it looks like North Tama will clean up here. Yes, Ramatra is extremely hard to play into Orisa because his block can get countered by the spear and renders his key defensive ability can get countered pretty easily, quite frankly. So I would have. I think they should have rolled out on more of a Zarya like they did earlier. I think it would have proved very useful, but maybe they'll think about that. Maybe they won't. We'll see what they roll out here because they need to change up their strategy if they want to win this.
So it's pretty interesting. I don't think that I've actually seen Cooch play a lot of IAHSEA. I mean, I'm not going to reveal who his main is, but it's a character that you're very familiar with, let's just say.
Roadhog?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, and as I said earlier, if they roll out on the Zarya, a good counter to IAHSEA, Ulysses, he certainly knows what to play. And this would have been my recommendation, so this might be pretty big in turning the tide here.
All right, we also see Robert E. Lee here rolling out on the Junkrat. Not a bad answer
Huge
to the
bubble.
Sombra. And,
Huge bubble.
Yeah.
The first pick goes to Lake Mills. They get the first pick.
Yeah, Lake Mills, again, very adaptive. Still running the pharmacy, but, ooh, the pharmacy here in this window.
Mercy goes down, though. Farah's going to need some help from the other support. Looks like Farah's getting focused. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Nortema able to turn that one around. I honestly thought Lake Mills was going to take that one.
Yeah, Lake Mills, they had the advantage game. They just weren't able to, well, take advantage of it.
So, again, Lake Mills with the right answer, just not necessarily executing the Junkrat, getting the early pick. I think, though, that, like, really probably needing to come off this Farah, like, maybe like a Symmetra or something. I don't know. We did not see hardly any Symmetra
No.
at the high school level.
Symmetra's not the only answer here, but with Farah playing into both a Soldier and a Sombra and a BAP is extremely difficult. And even... And now they no longer have a Mercy either to support the Farah, so...
See, all right, Ulysses and Silver Eagle there. They go up on the left side, they take the high ground, they force the Soldier off. It's the right place. Silver Eagle getting a pick here. Charging up the barrage, but the Sombra answers back. The rest of Lake Mills, though, just a little bit slower, a little bit too far behind. Cooch, he recognizes it on this IAHSEA and separates Lake Mills from the rest of their team.
Lake Mills needs to play a little bit more tight and, well, together if they really want to take advantage of this, because right now they're kind of trickling in, and that really gives a huge advantage to North Tama, who's able to just pick them off before they can really get grouped up.
We see another Terra Surge online, but we also see the Barrage.
Barrage comes out and takes out Soldier, but they trade, and here comes the Terra Surge.
Terra Surge.
And it manages to get two, and the Zarya's low. Down goes Reaper, and it looks like
Yep.
North Tama once again cleans up. They're going to have to touch here. They have 10 seconds. If they do not get to the point in 10 seconds, North Tama will win this.
I'm trying to see, do they have a character fast enough to touch the Kiri? Moira,
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes, they can touch. Oh, and they didn't.
Yeah, the Moira would have had to have casted Fade and just gone straight in.
And, yeah. Very difficult, even if you do touch there, to hold it, because you're all scrambling to get to the point extremely quickly, so...
You're also burning your primary defensive cooldown for movement to get in, so, like,
Very
the Moira is probably going to die.
Oh, yeah.
In that case. Yeah.
Extremely difficult, but yeah. Once again, adaptations for Lake Mills. We need to see some of it because right now it ain't working.
All right, so the next map will be a push map. Again, I have yet to see New Queen Street played in this tournament, so probably going to be Esperanza or Colosseo. But hey, I'm hoping that maybe I can be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't get your hopes up too much. It seems most of the players do not want to pick New Queen
All
Street.
right, there it is, Colosseo. Actually, so that's actually a good pick for these teams. So, all right, Scene of North Tama, are you ready? I hear booing down there. Ah, I don't know who's getting booed, but I hear booing down in the in-person competition going on right now. So,
Oh. Huh.
yeah. And Lake Mills, are you ready? All right, fast there. All right, let's go to Colosseo. So, Nathan, how often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Not very.
All right, yeah. Apparently, that's like a meme. I actually think about the Roman Empire quite often, and Colosseo does not help that.
Yeah, and I mean, it has a giant Colosseum.
Yep.
Quite reminiscent of the Roman one.
Yep. So here we will start the push map. Both teams will navigate pushing this robot to one side or the other. Teams looking to pass this forward spawn. So this part of the map right here, this forward spawn on Colosseo, is the most difficult part of the map to get through. Usually if you see a team break it past this point, they are probably going to win. I mean, not guaranteed, because getting through this high ground choke point is pretty difficult.
And we see the Roadhog.
Yeah. But we see the Roadhog from Lake Mills.
Yes, we do. Huh. I honestly kind of like this pick. I could see it working out very well, especially with the Mei and a Bastion. If you can grab someone, wall them off, and then burn them down with a Bastion, they're honestly probably going to die. So this could be a very viable strategy for Lake Mills.
Yeah, I like the Mei. You know, so normally in the high school league, we see a ton of Mei. Like, she's pretty easy to play, really easy to enable your team. Today, we've seen, like, 0 Mei. And all right, there, that Pigpen comes out from the Roadhog. Both these teams sort of spamming back and forth. And it
Wall
looks
comes
like,
out.
yeah, wall comes out. Cooch is walled off.
Expect the Mei to be in a bit of danger here. Oh, Lake Mills looks like they get the first pick.
I think that Javelin actually saved the Mei.
Probably. The knockback on it is a lot more than you would think, and it helped push him back into his team.
Yeah, the Mei was, like, super out of position there, and the Javelin coming out, like, knocked the Mei back into their team.
Oh, the Orissa's in the midst of a huge fight, but
Oh.
thanks to that... Oh,
Oh
Terra
my
Surge coming out!
He farmed Terra Surge
Oh.
so fast!
Wow.
He farmed Terra Surge in, like, half a
Completely
fight.
changes the fight around. That's the biggest detriment to the Hog comp, is he's so huge that you can farm so much ult charge off of him. And the fact that he heals himself more, he's just a damage sponge, and a sponge that feeds ult charge.
Now, my assessment here is, does North Tama know how to play push? Not going to give it away, but we will find out. We get this Sombra back here, though.
Peeking around in the back line, going for a hack.
Yep, hack on the back. Soldier turns around, transponders to get out.
An effective push. Oh, they got the wall comes out. Oh, here comes the Blizzard. Does it catch anyone? It does. 2 go down.
Huge blizzard here.
This is
From Lake Mills. Lake Mills looking to turn it around. It's only Cooch, and Cooch will be eliminated there.
look. Lake Mill is able to take it from him. Let's see what they can do with it.
Oh gosh. Alright, I need to find Ulysses. So Ulysses here on the Walrus Roadhog. And yeah, this looks like it's been a good adjustment here. Again, Lake Mills being able to adjust all day. They're like, look, we're flexible. We can play a lot of different things.
Being able to pull someone off this high ground on Hog could put Lake Mills at a serious advantage if they manage to pull it off. So it's no gimme.
As soon as they get even, though, what they really need to do is stop pushing the bot. Right? They need to see, because this back window comes out.
Gotta hide.
Yeah. Stop pushing the bot right here and make
them come to you.
Yeah. Instead, though, they're just kind of getting spammed off that high ground, which is what will happen.
This is the hook. We see Coalescence come out from the Moira. I think both Moiras might have Coalescence up.
Yeah, both Moiras hitting that Coalescence.
Keeping their teams alive. Well, for as long as possible, at least, as Lake Mills is currently getting picked off. And North Tama will push ahead.
So, Cooch got super low there, and I know that, like, the Moira for Lake Mills was trying to heal the Roadhog the whole time. I think that it actually would have been better to go DPS Moira at that point, because that damage difference, yeah, maybe. It's always easy to backseat drive.
Yeah, it is. Well, when it comes to execution, you know, so many things change all the time. Oh, another assault. Oh, but the Hog ult counters it, and they use Blizzard. This is able to clean up some of North Tama and get them to back off. We don't have a full, clear engagement. Just 2 get picked, and North Tama decides it'd be smart to back off. And I would say they are correct.
So here we are on the perspective of Blue Imp, who's probably going to be looking for a Blizzard here.
We already get a pick early. Oh, Blizzard comes out.
Yep.
It doesn't look like it got anyone, though. Managed to pick off the soldier, and right now it looks like a 3v3 even fight. Gonna come down to who plays it better.
A Bastion,
Kobe
though,
gets the
putting out
Bastion.
tons
Roadhog's in a
of
terrible
damage.
spot here, and will likely go down soon.
I don't know, Roadhog's like unkillable. It's kind of...
Yeah, Ulysses, you really gotta die quicker or else you're gonna stagger for your team because, well, maybe. He actually managed to get out, shockingly. Kind of impressive, actually. Though, in a kind of a rough position here. At a flank, maybe he can grab the Bastion. Does not. Yeah.
He really needs to not get staggered right now.
Yes,
I mean, this is crazy, though. He's staying alive for so long. And stopping the push in the process.
Blizzard comes out again.
Oh, wow.
I think that's the 3rd Blizzard we've seen from Lake Mills.
Wow, Ulysses there staying alive for, like, almost a minute. I mean, just getting pummeled. Now, gave up a ton of ult charge.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So,
Roadhog is very hard to play into a comp like this, and unsurprisingly, we see the switch off of it.
I thought it was crazy how long he stayed alive, though. Like,
Oh, yeah.
That was...
It was kind of impressive. But ultimately, you really got to regroup with your team if you want to have another chance to take the point.
Meanwhile, Cooch here.
We see-
Symmetra teleporting
You see
out.
Terra Surge, it's going to go in now.
It's coming.
Here it comes.
Oh,
And it's going to get the sim. Yep, gets the sim. Ram out of position.
Really?
Goes down.
Oh, the BM! Cooch with the sorry spray!
Ooh.
Oh, we
Ooh.
love it. I mean,
Nate,
Nate might not love it so much. Hopefully Lauren James didn't see that one. But, you know, here's the thing. Yeah, really well-timed Terra Surge there. Cooch waiting for that Suzu to go off, being patient, not wasting the Terra Surge. And, yeah, able to just kind of walk forward here.
the window comes out. It's going to be very difficult for Lake Mills to peak with that window, doubling all the damage of the projectiles. But Lake Mills has to hold, so they're using their ultimates to try and get him off. Oh, the Blizzard comes out and it catches multiple people. Oh.
Yeah, so that Blizzard was what I was waiting for. They used the BAP window to kind of back Lake Mills into this corner, and unfortunately, it sets them up for the Blizzard.
Both of the
they're not
ports
done yet.
ults. We got
Kitsune
quite a
Rush.
few ults.
Oh.
Will they be able to contest? They do, but will they be able to do it for long enough is the question.
Lake Mills trickling
just the
in
Orisa.
one by one. Orisa is
No.
hard to kill, but not that hard to kill. And
Down
North Tama will
goes
take the
Lake
second
Mills.
round.
Play of the game.
I like that highlight intro.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once you catch this many people in a blizzard, it's just stand still and aim at the head.
Silver Eagle looks like they do some aim trainers.
Oh, yes.
All right, now, here's the question. Can Lake Mills punch back, or is North Tama going to take it in a 3-0? Our next map will decide this on Escort. And we will be back as these teams decide what map they are going to play. All right, and the third map will be Circuit Royale. So we are going to see if Northema is ready. Circuit Royale, interesting pick. You know, so for the past couple days, the Widow teams were all picking Circuit Royale because they wanted to just try and Widow diff the other team. I don't know about Circuit Royale for these teams.
Well, whoever can play spam better is likely going to be the winner. And, you know, maybe Lake Mills can spam diff North Tama, and if they can, they could try and get a footing in this. We'll see.
Yeah, so well,
We'll see.
we'll see. Yeah, you know, normally, right, like you pick Circuit because you're a Widow team, or because yeah, you can play a really strong spam. Both these teams have been a little bit brawlier. Is there a good brawl escort map? Rialto? Kind of.
Rialto.
After you pass the bridge.
Yeah. I have to think on that a little bit. Yeah, Circuit is definitely a ranged spam map, and we actually don't see spam coming out from either team. We actually see the ball Pharmacy coming out from Lake Mills again, and then once again the IAHSEA May Bastion comp. This honestly,
This is such a weird comp from North Tama for defense.
yeah, it kind of is. Also, I think comp-wise, this puts Lake Mills at kind of an advantage. They don't really have an easy way to deal with a Pharmacy with their comp. Not to mention, walling off a ball is not as effective as it may sound.
There's also like not a good place early in this map for Maywalls on defense.
No.
Like I don't even think the wall, it might cover this whole way, but it would have to be, yeah, I don't know. Meanwhile, the Wrecking Ball coming out, getting
Good
Javelin
spirit
though
immediately.
right away. Yeah.
Oh, and then Bastion already gets a pick on the Junkrat. Farah coming in, though, with the slam. Maybe can get a pick here. Ooh, ball goes down. So does Bap. Or no, Bap gets the pick on the Mercy, rather. And it looks like first engagement will go to North Tama once again.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball, I mean, really, like, the ball kind of needs to get over here, get set up in the back line if, in order to really work out.
Trying to dive in directly in front of the IAHSEA is very difficult because she has so much
Oh,
displacement
let's go,
ability, but
let's
a
go.
big slam. Oh, but the Bastion just doesn't have the health pool to survive Bastion directly.
So from this kind of bird's eye view, Junkrat Farah is a really interesting combination.
Then they switched to... Oh, no. Temporarily switched off ball to Zarya, but then immediately went back to ball.
We've committed to the ball.
Yeah, ball it is.
All right, so to the ball commitment, Ulysses here for Lake Mills.
Dives again. Once again, getting Spirit. Has to take a different angle. Barrage coming in, though, and it looks like Lake Mills might be able to pull out a small victory here and win this fight. Though, it's still pretty even.
Okay,
Oh.
okay, good. Yeah, so Lake Mills here, I have to wonder what the call was, right? Because we saw the look on Zarya, and then the switch back to ball. I wonder what happened, because do you think that they were like, no, distract for the barrage?
I was thinking that, yes, the tank probably wanted to switch to Zarya, but the rest of the team kind of overruled him. And then another slam coming in. Oh, window with the Bastion up. That's going to be so much damage. Has to get out of that line of sight or will go down. Very, very dangerous from Ulysses. But they get a pick, so we're 4-4 now. Oh, and they get the res, so now the advantage is on North Tama. Or not on North Tama, on Lake Mills.
Lake Mills here, the Farah really
Ooh.
committed.
Farah plays a little too aggressive, maybe, and just the healing output coming from North Tama is just too much for Lake Mills' damage. I honestly think the Zarya would have been a good pick, though we are coming close to mines here, and we've seen a lot of pretty good slams from the ball. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a slam mines that ends up proving successful. So the ball's playing a little risky with the health here. Going off for a flank.
Yeah, he's having a hard time getting set up. If he gets the minefield onto the
And I think that's what
payload-
we're going to see very soon. Maybe. Oh, down goes the support for North Tama. And down goes another one for North Tama. We got a 3-3 fight right here. It's even.
All right.
Who's going to get the next?
Cooch been super methodical here. Just staying alive. Oh,
Ooh,
the blizzard.
Gets the res off, but dies in turn. Oh, we see the barrage, and it does
Oh.
not manage to get anyone. Oh, we see the mines come out, and it looks like they're going to prove ineffective. Lake Mills burned a ton of ults there, and it doesn't look like it's going to prove successful.
Cooch super methodical, right?
Yes.
Like it's like as I'm watching Cooch play, it's like they have a checklist in their head.
Yes.
Like the javelin in every slam or in every ball grappling hook just immediately goes to clearing out the minefield. Like
It does feel that way. They switched to the Zarya off the ball, which is probably smart. Honestly, they got to touch here. They got 2 seconds, and they successfully touch, but will it be enough? We see ults coming out from both sides. Right now, North Tama has the ult economy advantage, so Lake Mills at the disadvantage here. They already lose 2, and once again, another ult coming out from North Tama, and it looks like it's going to be enough to clean up Lake Mills.
yeah, Lake Mills showing signs of life there for a minute. The sneaky Pharah play coming in, getting those picks, getting that payload moving. But North Tama just has a lot of momentum, and it looks like that Lake Mills just can't get the momentum to swing in their favor. You know, they win a fight, but North Tama just comes back in swinging.
Oh yeah, and the team comp that North Tama's running is very difficult. Orisa is basically the definition of a tank. She is a brick wall and is very hard to get past. And against a good Orisa, you have to avoid her, but it can be extremely difficult when they're constantly in your face. Once again, teams opening with similar comps. We see Orisas from each side, and we actually see a Widow come out from North Tama. We're gonna see if that catches Lake Mills off guard and get a few picks here. I'm very curious. Let's see. Meanwhile, Lake Mills running out with a Bastion and Junkrat DPS combo. They're gonna be putting out a lot of damage. And
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Bastion, Junkrat, Orisa, those are all huge Widow targets.
yeah, Widow is likely gonna feast here, and it doesn't look like there's a clear counter for the Widow. And she sees the Junkrat hiding in the top. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the first target and gets picked immediately. Yep,
Yeah, there it is.
exactly as we
Right.
saw.
Yeah, like Junkrat can't really do anything against Widowmaker.
No, it's extremely difficult. And it looks like we're going to switch off the Widow. The early pick, kind of a pro strat here. They do that, but very rarely do they actually get a pick. They just kind of peek for a second and then go back. They get the pick with the Bastion.
Wow. Okay. All right. I see you, Levi LaRue. That was a good play here from North Tama. Yeah, getting the pick on the Widowmaker, switching to the Mei to finish up the brawl comp. And yeah, because you're already pushed past this first point, Widow loses a lot of value. And it looks like they're just going to walk
Yeah, it
forward.
looks like Lake Mills is folding here, and North Tama's taking full advantage of that. I think this game might just be over. Yeah, Orisa trying to stall, but it certainly won't be enough. And Orisa versus a whole team is not enough. And we get Terra Surge, and that will do it.
Also, Cooch just farms Terra Surge in like 2
Instantly.
seconds, right? So, all right. North Tama will take round 3 here and advance to the losers finals. Hey, thanks for tuning in again. We're here all day. The next round will be at 4 o'clock here at the Orpheum in Marshalltown, Iowa. Thank you for watching the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals, and I am signing off.
Going.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Iowa High School Esports Association Division II Grand Finals. I'm your host, Jeff, here with
Jeffrey.
Jeff and Jeff Cast. Back at it again. Grand Finals here. Fairfield defending their championship versus Forest City. Honestly, I didn't hear much about them, except that they are the first seed. So they are the team to beat statistically. Not statistically, technically.
Well,
And also statistically, because, yes.
We've been able to see, I believe, both teams today.
Yeah.
It's been interesting to see both teams make it through their bracket. I've heard a couple interesting things from just watching, especially watching one of them, of just the shenanigans that happened during Okaboji's.
No tech issues. Everyone knock on wood.
Okay.
Knock on wood.
Wait.
No tech issues.
I do believe that right now teams are just setting up their plans.
Yes, getting everything ready. Fairfield's starting lineup is Gabe, Carter, and Jackson. Then Okaboji was not Okaboji. God, Forest City. It's been a long day. I've been here 7 hours. We are at Forest City. It was Poke Pig, Quick, and
I believe we actually saw the rest of the thing. Oh, I'm Golden? Oh, it looks like we might have.
oh wait, I believe M Golden would be the coach for Fairfield.
Oh, the coach watched the match then. Okay.
Or they're logging onto an account because an account wasn't working. Both possibilities. Or I'm just wrong. There's always a possibility that I'm just wrong. What are you hoping to see here? I'm hoping to see a nice good series. I don't want to sweep. We've had too many sweeps today.
Honestly, I'm hoping to see those aerial plays that we've
Yeah.
been seeing the entire day. You are still hoping for a rule number 1, I believe.
I want a rule 1. Carter, the airplane Stutzman there, barely touching the ground all of his games. Then we got Gabe. He's just an iron wall on the defense. Jackson helps set his team up. And then from the other side, Forest City, this absolute beautiful team play coordination. Quick, the super, he was my MVP for all those games. He just would set his team up for some insane goals.
One thing I can remember about Forest City is just setting up so
Quill,
many
not
conditions.
Yeah.
I'm
He just set his team up for so much. It's like a DNH just could not adapt. DNH just got word DNH is the third place, which would mean that the other team, Okaboji, is fourth. So congratulations to both of them. Now here we should soon get into this grand finals match.
Honestly, I'm just questioning what sort of setups are we going to see. How much
Yeah.
airtime are both teams going to fly? Because they have been flying airtime a lot. I know one of the major win conditions for Fairfield's matches have been that airtime.
It's been Carter. Carter, he's a
Are we-
factor.
are we-
We're getting in here.
Right? Okay.
So
Everyone
I
is in.
believe M Golden is Carter.
Here we go. Starting it off strong. Let's see.
Gabe's shooting the ball up.
Oh, Pokey
Poke
Pig! Let me turn him.
Jackson with the beautiful defense there. Bringing this ball up. Flips it. Almost lands on top. Brings it past Poke Pig. Papito shoots it back. Barely able to deflect that ball away from the net.
Papito is, however, showing some air
Jackson gets
superiority.
demoed by Papito. Gabe coming up. Goes over. Carter barely able to bump him away. Papito shooting this ball up right above the net. Going for it.
so
Deflects
close.
it away. Beautiful defense from Gabe. Like I said, this guy's defense is an iron wall. He's a defense of 3 players in 1. Jackson keeping this ball away from his net, keeping it off Fairfield's side.
Looks like Papito and Pokey Pig are both kind of in the mid position, trying to see if they can't get a nice setup into the deeper end for Fairfield's.
Looks like
goal.
they're going for this goal.
Both Poppy Pig and Papito have defended.
Gabe.
They're going at it.
Papito, open net for Fairfield here.
Okay, looks like Papito and a couple others are going for it.
Carter got demoed, I believe, there.
Okay,
Going for the net here. Fairfield doing an excellent job at keeping this ball off their side, even when one of their players is demoed. Carter, beautiful. They broke it, no! Come on! Rule 1!
look, the teams are done messing around. They're going for the championship
We
here.
got a Rule 1 last year's grand finals. It was great, and they didn't break it. He actually won a...
No, they're still going.
They're still going, wait!
Papito. Okay, we're gonna.
Wait, one of the teams just broke it. There we go. There we go. Okay, I was really disappointed for a second. Carter. We got everything today. We've got robberies on goals, beautiful defense, and finally, that Rule 1.
We went to the final match of the day to get some Rule 1.
Always the most hype. We said Okaboji versus Fairfield was going to be the most hype. More hype than the grand finals. And Forest City saying, no, watch this.
Honestly,
Gabe going up, keeping this ball away from his net. Poke Pig is there to receive it, though.
oh, Pig, can they get something going with it?
Jackson holds the ball. A demo there for the side of Fairfield. I believe it was a Quilk who's the one who got demoed.
Yeah,
Yes,
Quilk
it was. And look
Honestly,
at this, going on the offensive here, Fairfield. Keeping this ball, knocking it toward this net. Papito sending it back over to MCC side.
And
Jackson picking up this full boost and hitting the ball away from Quilk.
Quilk is going in, see if they can't get a setup position when Pepito has his lead.
He's back
No.
up. Papito goes to the shot on the goal, but it's beautifully blocked by their, I believe, Gabe.
Hey, Pepito getting a nice.
Carter
nice
goes
up
right
there.
over the ball. Ooh, goes over 2. But then a beautiful redirect there from Jackson to keep it from getting towards his goal.
I think Pokey Pig is Pepito.
Oh my god! That was a beautiful shot and an even more beautiful block there from Jackson.
Honestly, Pepito is just keeping such a good lead
Quilk
on the
with a
jump.
shot on the goal.
No!
It bounces away.
Quilk was there.
Poke
Quilk
Pig.
had it.
Papito shoots it up. Golden's going up. So is they both go over the ball. Quilk's coming in full speed. Went back, retreated to get some boost.
Looks like Quilk is there to disrupt the Fairfield situation. Looks like Jackson and Gabe. No, it is
Carter's on the
Golden.
top there.
Looks like Jackson and Gabe are kind of resetting toward their field. It looks like
Shooting towards the
pushing
Fairfield
again.
net.
They're
Quilk
pushing again.
with a shot. They're too far in. Their defense is so slow, but their offense is also just so quick.
It looks like Forest
Golden
City
keeping
a
this
demo.
ball away.
They're pushing up with a demo on their side.
Gabe
That's impressive.
able to
Dude.
redirect the ball away from his net. Shooting this ball over to the other side. Jackson getting full boost, sending this ball straight up. Poke Pig looking at it. Goes too far.
No!
Gets
They're
demoed.
demoed.
Papito is there though to receive the ball. Keep it away. Jackson goes over the ball.
Looks like Gabe is kind of
Papito juggling this ball right up to Carter with a beautiful defense.
Pokey Pig did go for a shot there. However, everyone was kind of there already waiting for it.
Quilk with the beautiful goal. 3 or 4 minutes in.
They're almost done with the match. Only one goal has been scored. Honestly, this is going to be a hard thing to just see if this pace continues. It's going
Yes.
to go to Forest for first round.
That's Dignitas. What? They're an old org. I know a lot about esports. Gabe here, getting this ball over.
Oh, looks like Fairfield is starting to get that push onto Forest City.
Jackson there. Papito juggling this ball. Bounces off the top. Papito sending this ball over to Quilk. Quilk coming in with the boost. Golden sending it right back up. Bounces off the top. Poke Pig is there though, but Carter's also there to keep him from getting this ball sent over to his side.
Oh, there's a good lead up there. Pepito, though, sending it right on back to Fairfield. Honestly, this Valley Ink is going. Oh, Pepito's going for it. Going above.
Golden,
Oh,
look at that beautiful block there from Jackson, I believe.
Yeah, it was a good block from Jackson. That and we were too above. Okay.
Okay, Gabe driving on the wall there.
Okay. Looks like right now Fairfield is going to have to
Gets
push.
demoed, but he shot the ball. He shot the ball. That's all they needed.
Ooh, so close. They're final there. Oh.
Forest City will take it. 1-0. 1 goal was scored that whole game.
Honestly,
3 demos there from Quilk. Kind of a demon.
Wilkins is taking any carnage
A
they can.
very close game. First goal wasn't scored till 4 minutes and 15 seconds in. This is going to be a very close series, I can already tell.
Look, they're going to need to be speeding up these goals if they want to even attempt to get any contested moments. Score. It is just so brutal. Just that far into the game, only 1 goal. I think both teams are going to be going
Yes.
a little restless into this round to get some goals.
If you're Forest City, you want to take that 2-0 lead. And if you're MCC, or not MCC, oh my god. It's been a day. If you're Fairfield, you wanna even it up so you don't have to do a whole reverse sweep.
Looks
Jackson shoot this ball up so it doesn't get deflected there by a Poke Pig. It was Poke Pig gets a
Nice
demo
demo.
there.
Looks like on not Jackson. It was a.
Shoots the ball way
Oh,
over
oh.
there.
Okay, here we go. Poke Pig, nice up shot. Can they get a lead up?
Gabe misses the
getting a
ball.
good set.
Beautiful there from Carter just to keep the ball from going into his net.
Poke Pig, honestly, really good shot, just messed up the angles of the car. Okay. Looks like Gabe is going to be doing some good deflection, getting it back onto the Forest City side.
Oh my
Well.
god, what a beautiful shot.
Oh my god.
But it's deflected immediately. Quilk, he's so far away. He's trying to receive that ball. Papito's going to shoot this ball right over to McGolden. It's Carter, but on McGolden's account,
Okay, here we go. Quill did a nice
shoots
dash.
it back up onto Fairfield's side.
Can Pep Pig make
Gabe,
it?
Poke Pig, Papito, but a beautiful block there from Jackson.
Okay, M. Golden going in for a nice, unique shot.
Gabe there with the beautiful defense there, just keeping the ball away. Oh, the beautiful, he's so good at that. I believe it's like centering the ball. Papito's so good at that.
Honestly, right now, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a
Papito
volley
with this
toward the
free
goal.
open goal.
No! Set the goal! It's going to take another point for Forest City.
Like Fairfield, it just seems they're uncoordinated. Like, look, Gabe went out to get boost, and while Papito's coming in with the ball, they just weren't communicating that.
I think Forest City has got onto Fairfield's mentals a little
Yeah.
bit more.
And it's his ball. Like, Fairfield is so good at keeping this ball on the opposing side of the map, but so is Forest City.
Ooh!
Papito!
What? That was just a complete interaction in the middle. It just looks like, yeah, this is just set up there, and Pepito barely snagging it away.
Forest City absolutely styling on the former champs. Defending champs, not former. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I can't.
Yeah. Carter, though, bringing up this wall. Papito, they have to demo this player. They have to get this ball away from him. He's too clean with it. Poke Pig going up for the ball. Shooting it straight up. Papito's looking. He's fiending for this ball.
Pepito is honestly getting some good position setups.
Poke Pig,
available.
ball goes over. McGolden's there. But Papito's also there. Jackson, the goal. Fairfield score their first goal of the series. Trying to even it up here. They need one more goal to even it up. 2 more goals to take the lead.
Honestly, right now, I'm believing this is going to be going into an over.
That's the Fairfield we've been seeing all day. Maybe they got their heads on their shoulders finally.
I hope they did. They're gonna need it.
Poke Pig keeping this ball away from Gabe. McGolden is there to match Papito. Bumps him away. Jackson sending this ball right away from his goal. Right up to this quick. Quilk is there. Open. Oh, not an open net. Ooh.
Looks like
McGolden is there. I think they're trying to demo each other. Carter and Papito. Papito up. Airplane like Carter.
Pepito's
Will.
also just showing off these aerial skills.
Yes.
So is Forest City in general. Poke Pig, nice shot there for a
Will
follow-up.
bounces back.
Oh.
Beautiful deflect there from Jackson and a bump on Papito to keep him away from his team. But Golden centering this ball here for his team. Gabe goes for the shot, but Poke Pig's there. Jackson also going for the shot. Carter's there to receive the ball. Shoots it back. Poke Pig gets demoed.
Okay, this might be it for. This might be the boost Fairfield needed to get it in.
Quilk there as well. Keeping this ball away from trying to keep this ball on the Fairfield side there.
Ooh, okay, looks like
Papito's away from this ball.
Golden!
Carter! Beautiful deflect from Quilk there.
Let's see. Can
Beautiful
Fairfield
from
make it?
Gabe. Centers it to Jackson, who boops it back down. Poke Pig is there though, but Golden is here to match the ball. Oh my God! A beautiful knock to the ground.
Honestly, this ball
Sends
is
the ball right
starting
up to Gabe.
No.
Gabe, Papito with the beautiful defense.
Papito with that aerial shot just right on.
Carter.
It's so close.
Poke Pig boops it down. He pokes the ball down to the ground.
Honestly, these bounce balls right now. Balls just bouncing around. It's so hard to get a grip on it with everyone just going for it.
It's everyone's committing. Everyone's putting everything on the line here.
Ooh.
Papito gets demoed. This might be the push the Fairfield needs. Bring the below the net. The Golden. Carter.
Push it in. No,
Papito's back. He doesn't get the full boost. He has no boost. Papito trying to get this full boost here. 48 seconds remain.
Right now, it looks like Forest City is going to have a good lead. Can they keep it? Can Fairfield?
Fairfield trying to
bring it?
take this into overtime. Gabe is there to receive the ball. Keep this on Forest City's side. They know that if it goes onto their side, they might just not be able to win in overtime. Forest City, Papito with the beautiful aerial, but it's and oh my God! In the end, it's just up a little too short. 24 seconds remain. Focus the shot on the Fairfield goal. Gabe with the beautiful defense.
Okay, Pokepig is gonna have to be working with something. Same with Papito.
Papito.
They gotta push up.
A little
so
too much sauce. Carter's there. Just there to receive the ball.
Looks like
Poke
they're
Pig,
trying to
10 seconds
pass.
remain.
Doing a self
Fairfield trying to bring us to
pass.
OT.
No, Fairfield, get the shot.
Papito.
Papito is just doing so much work on this field.
Forest City will bring the game 2-0. One more and they will be your D2 champions. A 3-0 is on the cards. But, anyone remember last year?
What happened
Last year, Fairfield was in this same position and they completed a reverse sweep.
Can Fairfield do the same as last year, do you think?
Shoutouts to Ryan and Carter. Not Ryan and Carter, Ryan and Andrew. And Mr. Jacob Carlson. Co-casting with me last year.
Honestly, right now, it looks like they're both kind of doing. Oh,
It's a very close game.
There's gotta be some. I feel like Fairfield is just doing some strategizing right now, just trying to figure out what can we do to even get anything through.
This for Fairfield. This is what you need to do. You need right. If you mess up once, right, it's over. You're going home. You're taking second place.
Yeah.
Right. Now, but you have to keep this ball away from Papito. You have to just keep Quilt from popping off.
I mean, that's gonna be a struggle to do.
Gabe sending this ball over to this right corner, far right. Buffalo Bills already made that reference earlier, but you know, still funny.
Papito, nice control over there. Looks like Jackson is getting
Jackson gets demoed by Papito.
Papito has just went in for blood. They know.
Poke Pig. Jackson sending this ball over to Carter. Carter's going back, trying to get some boost. Papito getting full boost here.
Papito stealing it away, sending into the corners. And the rest of the Forest City team be there. No.
Come on, come on. So almost a robbery.
That got blocked. It bounced afterwards. It didn't lose all of its momentum. Just look at this. It was
It's
blocked.
blocked,
and
and
then
then
it-
they can't turn around quick enough.
Yeah.
30 seconds in. Fairfield is crumbling. This ironclad defense they had. Gabe and Jackson and Carter, they just can't keep up to Forest City's aggression. And the one complaint I've heard about Forest City all day is their defense is not quick enough. You don't need a quick defense if your offense is just this good.
Exactly. Like a good defense is a strong offense. By proxy, it's gonna just do its work for you. Quill. That was amazingly blocked there. Already just pre-blocked. And honestly, I'm kind of interested to see what Gabe's doing a little bit of a stall.
Ooh. Oh, it's right to Papito, though. Shouldn't get up towards the backboard, towards the goal. Carter sending it away. Poke Pig. Too much sauce. What? He was on my screen! He came out of nowhere!
Quill goes in the back line saying, yeah, this is a perfect opportunity.
He came out of nowhere, actually! He was off screen!
Okay, we're so weak. Honestly, I'm impressed with what we are seeing. Forest City. I heard a lot of people honestly questioning if Forest City should be here. I think they just earned their spot 100% with this game so far.
2-0. Up in the series, 2-0 in the current match. Papito, you can't let this guy get the ball. You've already given up 2 goals. You can't give up another one.
Looks like Papito and Quill both have the same idea of blocking. They're just in the kitchen right now.
Carter.
And Golden did lose the ball of control right now. Looks like it is going to be another
Gabe,
rally.
Papito, keeping this ball. It was Poke Pig, but keeping this ball away from Fairfield.
It's in the corner right now. Can they get a setup?
Keeping it away from the corner. Papito trying to
They're
center
getting
this ball
set up.
here.
Oh,
Oh my God! A
close.
beautiful no, that wasn't defense. That was just Papito. A little too much sauce. A little too long in the kitchen there for him. Cooked a little too hard.
Looks like that is a shot on the goal. Barely. Okay. Can Papito?
Beautiful block from Carter.
It is just so many close calls after just constant close calls right now.
Oh, quick! You can't let them touch the ball.
You can't let them near the goal. Look at this moment. It's just a little bit of a dunk. Right on in.
Oh,
Honestly, Quill is just dipping the ball in whenever they can.
the game keeps telling me Papito's the MVP, but if you're looking at the real MVP, it's that man right there, Quill. Fairfield, they need some goals. They need to even this game up. Carter, just too fast.
No, that's
Pressure's getting to them. Papito with the defense. Gabe's gonna get down. He's too high. Poke Pig keeping this ball away. Carter trying to keep the hopes of this game alive. Gabe trying to keep the ball.
Papito!
Papito
It's unblockable! It is barely
blockable from Carter and comes right back in.
Honestly, just getting so many close calls.
They're falling
on the goal.
apart.
Just, look, I think Forest City is just so much more determined to get the goals. It's just, look, Fairfield gets the setup every single time, but he's just barely.
Right, Papito is always there. He's everywhere. You blink, and he's already he's at your net. You blink again, he's at his net. It's impossible. Then Quill looks like actually I keep not seeing him, and then he comes out and scores a goal. And Poke Pig, shout outs. He's Lightning McQueen.
The famous Kachow goal. We've
The
seen
one Kachow goal.
Actually, we've seen like 3 Kachow goals.
Did we? I think we saw. I almost thought we saw one.
I thought we saw
Wilk here, keeping this ball away from Fairfield. 2 minutes remain.
Okay, McGolden is immediately snagging into the.
The hopes of
over
Fairfield
corner.
is dwindling. They need so much. They are going to need a miracle to come back in this game.
Oh!
He drops the ball though, and they get demoed on the back of that. Gabe is down. Papito and Quill keep away. Gabe defending. Fairfield fighting for their lives. Just a minute 30 to remaining. They need to score 4 goals to keep their hopes in the series alive. But Papito's hoping to answer back on another goal.
Honestly, right now, Fairfield needs to get some strategy in play just to get. Because they're just getting interrupted a lot with, like.
Right? Like, they're running into each other too.
Yeah, it's not helping. It's like.
Their coordination's off.
Like, because right now, Point Pig and, Poop is literally there. It's like a little bit of a backliner.
Look, right, I don't see him, and then whoop, he's right there.
But it's like Poop is like in the midfield and then just whoop, and straight into the goal. It is terrifying.
Minute remaining. FHS, their hopes are dwindling. Second place is not nothing to scoff at, but you want that first. You want to defend your title. You want to go back to back. But Forest City is trying to keep that from happening. Oh, this man will not. 6-0 with a minute to remaining. 12-second goal. Back to back to back.
Well, in like Forest City is on a rampage right now.
My MVP, my tournament MVP right here goes to Quill. I don't think Forest City's winning without him.
Look, we need to see something from Fairfield right now.
Like that shot on the goal, it's blocked by, but he's always there. 50 seconds remain. Fairfield needs to score 6 goals just to bring us to OT.
Fairfield really needs to start cooking right now. They need to throw everything in here. Oh, there it is. And oh no!
Too much sauce.
I hate to say it.
And they're demoed. 30 seconds
So
remain.
brutal.
Papito.
Papito's excellent aerial control, blocked by Jax. And Jax
30
seems
seconds
to be
remain.
working.
They're just. What they're all that Fairfield can do is hope for a miracle. Pray that all of Forest City's controllers disconnect.
Hey,
14 remain. Down 6.
oh, that is.
10 seconds remain. Fairfield hoping to at least score 1 goal. Papito trying to not let that happen. This ball's gonna touch the ground.
Can they get
Forest
They
City
can
will
barely.
be your 2024.
No, oh,
Forest City 3-0 against Fairfield. Fairfield scored, I think, 1 or 2 goals the entire series. Give it up for Forest City, your 2024 Winter Rocket League Divisional 2 champions. If you're Fairfield, it hurts so much. You wanted to defend that title. You wanted to go back to back. But in the end, Forest City, their offense is just too good, and they don't need to defend. Papito, a great player. My tournament MVP is Quilk. He just scores so much, you can't keep track of him.
look, I feel like Papito and Quilk both earned their titles of MVP. Papito is just such a menace on movement,
Yes.
and then Quilk, you don't expect it. Quilk is like that first line of defense, and Papito is like that perfect
Honestly,
flex.
we don't talk about him much, but there's no really reason to. Poke Pig, he kind of just he like just boops the opposing team. He just like touches the ball.
I feel like Poke Pig is literally just the poke strategy at its
Yes.
finest here.
It's like they're playing 2s with like stage hazards. He's like the stage hazard. So that will bring the entire tournament to a close. I think we're sending it right back down to the president of the Iowa High School Esports Association.
Yeah, we are.
I've been Jeff, with Jeff.
It has been great.